Okay. Hello. Part 17. Part 17. Still going. We are now at the 72-hour mark. 3 full days of this. If you're still watching these, I salute you, figuratively. For those of you who are new, no one new is watching this. I'm writing a WebAssembly interpreter in Ruby. Let me just remind myself why I'm doing that. I'm doing that to have fun, to demystify WebAssembly for myself, and to share how I do it, what my kind of process is, I suppose. I want to remind myself that it's more important to have fun than to make something that's completely functional. And I don't have to finish this and be able to interpret WebAssembly as long as I enjoy myself. I want the stuff that I do write to be correct, even if it's at the cost of performance. I want the code to be clear, even if that's at the cost of cleverness. I'm trying to do it in pure Ruby, which I have done so far. And I'm trying to do it without any dependencies, which I have done so far. So far, it's not going too bad, I think. Just a brief retro before I get stuck into it. I think things went relatively well last time. I made decent progress on the abstract syntax, which was good. So now I've got like an abstract syntax parser that works pretty well. I certainly cleaned up that abstract syntax tree parser a lot last time, so I feel good about that. It's not a total mess anymore. It's kind of a little bit more principled, a little bit more organized. Yeah, hopefully in service of clarity rather than just sort of arbitrary cleverness. There is still quite a lot of thinking to do about the abstract syntax parser. I haven't really had a chance to think about how best to structure it, or that whole sort of front end, the S expression parser and the AST parser. I haven't really thought about whether they should input and output enumerators rather than arrays, which is something that Chris Setter sort of alluded to last time, and I've been thinking about that a bit. Maybe they shouldn't be handling arrays. Should I even have an S expression parser, or should it just be like an S expression, just a tokenizer basically that recognizes brackets and atoms? So it knows about the lexical grammar of the language, but it doesn't even know about the syntax of S expressions. It just emits a series of tokens. And then the AST parser could consume those and emit a series of instructions. Maybe that's how it should be set up. So I'll need to go back and think about that when I've got the energy, but not necessarily right now. Like, I've spent quite a lot of time in the AST parser over the last couple of streams, so I think I'd like to just mix it up a bit and work on something different for a bit, and then I can always pop back to make some infrastructural decisions about the S expression parser, the AST parser at some later point. Although, actually, that being said, the one thing that I might want to look at today is that I haven't dealt with the identifier context yet, which feels slightly more pressing because not having an identifier context makes the evaluator more complicated. So what I'm talking about is the fact that while I'm parsing the S expression, every time I find an identifier, which are prefixed with the $sign in WebAssembly, I should really be looking it up in the current context to find out if it's a local variable, what's the index of that local variable, or if it's a function, what's the index of that function in the current module, or whatever, so that the AST just has indexes in it rather than names. And at the moment, that's all being pushed through to the evaluator. So the evaluator has to worry about keeping track of the names of all the local variables and keeping track of the names of all the functions and looking them up at runtime. And it's having a knock-on effect on that evaluator. So I think maybe I should, maybe I need to nip that in the bud sooner because it's actually causing complexity downstream in a way that I think the internal details of exactly how, and in what way the S expression parsing and the AST parsing kind of are plugged together and interface with each other is sort of more of an implementation detail than anything. Whereas right now, the fact that I'm not resolving all of the identifiers during parsing is actually just making more work for the evaluator. So I probably should deal with that. So anyway, the AST parser went well overall. But on the other hand, the if.wast file turned out to be a bit of a rabbit hole. So I picked that because I thought I'd already implemented conditionals. But it turns out that test checks how conditionals interact with all sorts of other language features that I haven't even thought about yet. So I think it's going to be much harder work than I'd anticipated to get that specific test passing all the way to the end, because it's just a whirlwind tour of loads of other WebAssembly features, and it wasn't my intention to pick a test that had that property. So I think I'm going to park that one for now and look for some more low-hanging fruit, basically, for the sake of my own sort of motivation and progress. And then I'll come back to it later when I've got some more features implemented, and maybe then it'll seem a little bit less onerous to get that passing. Oh, and finally, Ruby 3.2 was released a few days ago, actually the same day that I did my previous stream. And that has several features that I'd like to use. So as a treat, I might allow myself to upgrade to it and see how much code I can improve or change as a result of running on the sort of very latest version of Ruby, albeit not a stable one. It would be a little bit risky to be running on a pre-release, but the final release of 3.2 should be out in just over a month anyway, so it won't be in this sort of risky state for very long. And then when the final release comes out, I'll be ready for it. If this interpreter ever does become useful enough that anyone else ever wants to actually run it, then I will probably backport it again to less cutting-edge Ruby versions. But while I'm just tinkering on it like this, I feel like one of the advantages of having a hobby project that no one else ever executes is that I can give myself the luxury of like living on the bleeding edge and trying out new stuff and using this as a sort of a learning opportunity, basically, or at least a chance to sort of kick the tires on a version of Ruby that otherwise in production I probably wouldn't be able to get away with using. So I think that's it. Let's switch over and take a look at all of this business. So where are we? I'm just checking that I didn't stop in some kind of weird state. I remember I left a note for myself last time. Oh yes, pending test failed successfully with a huge, terrifying backtrace. Where's the note I left for myself? Oh yes, here we go. Next, pop if.wast off the pending stack because it looks like it's exercising lots of other WebAssembly instructions, which is going to be too painful to get through in one go. Find a different test, since this one was picked arbitrarily, that constitutes slightly low-hanging fruit. Yeah, okay, so that's basically what I said. You can see I've added this, switch to Ruby 3.2, preview 3. I think what I'm going to do here is sort of make this into a sort of today's, plan for this stream. So I'm going to pop if.wast off the pending stack. Find a different test. So that's all one job, right? Switch to Ruby 3.2.0 preview 3. And then the other thing I mentioned, I don't know if you can tell, but I'm just sort of making this up as I go along, was the at least begin to introduce an identifier context in the AST parser so that the evaluator doesn't have to deal with resolving identifiers anymore. Basically, I think if I could do these three things, I'd be happy. in this session, if I can, I mean, I definitely, the more I think about it, the more I feel like I deserve to piddle about with Ruby 3.2.0 Preview 3 for a little bit. So I'm definitely going to do that. And I think this is tractable. I don't think this will be a big job, he says. And then, yeah, I don't know yet how far I can get. I did previously make a list of tests that I thought might be worth looking at. This was going to be next. I guess this is partly done, but on hold too hard. So I could maybe pick another one of these. I mean, I know that as one of the things I looked at as part of if.wast is that I did look at return, and that sort of prompted some thoughts about stack frames, basically, like the WebAssembly call stack, and how to model that, whether it needs to be explicitly modeled or whether I can just sort of implicitly model it with the Ruby call stack in the same way that initially the operand stack was just implicitly using the Ruby call stack instead of having sort of reifying it and actually having an array that I was using as the stack. I don't know if I'm going to have to do that here. Similarly, things like select is a pretty straightforward instruction. I just realized that maybe one of the last commits I did was br table. So this was the sort of indirect branch, essentially. This has got like, this takes a variable number of immediate arguments. So this has a sort of almost like it has a variable static arity and takes one or more arguments, which I think are function indices. Is that right? Yeah, probably. Yeah, and then it pops a value off the top of the stack, and then that's an index into that list of indices, so it will like branch to not function indices, but just labels, basically. Yeah, it's a list of labels. Sorry, I was getting confused. I think there is a call indirect that does something like that, but I was getting them mixed up in my mind. Right, so there's a list of candidates there, but what I was saying was, yeah, I think I can do all three of these, so that's going to be my goal. I'm just going to check through the existing. This is all like nice to have stuff or quality of life improvements. Oh, look, I've done this. Add an AST parser that turns the S expression into abstract syntax and evaluate that. This is all, I remember floats. Those are the days. Oh yeah, I added this while I read through the code and I realized that, yeah, I mean, this is a little bit irrelevant, but in the interpreter, there's a place where where do we use the AST parser? That's okay. I think it's, yeah, inside invoke function. So inside invoke function, we use the AST parser to parse the arguments to the function, which is fair enough because I think this generally just appears inside an assertion. So this isn't really appearing anywhere that we've already had an opportunity to parse. But then when we evaluate the function, we parse its body at that point. And when I saw this code, when I was reading through it, I was like, well, why would you the function body here doesn't change over multiple invocations of this function. So we've got a test that, that 10 assertions that all invoke the same function and just test it with different inputs and outputs. We don't want to parse the body of that function 10 times. We should just be parsing it during define function, probably. Yeah, somewhere in here. So that we're storing the AST inside this function definition, not the S expression. So that's just, I can check that off at any time, but that's a little bit of tidying up to do. Yeah, this is about more tidying up. Bits and pieces about S expressions and enumerators and stuff. Yeah, combining phases of the parser. goodness, there's still quite a lot of float related stuff there that I just haven't even thought about for ages. Okay, all right, there's nothing. Oh yeah. Well, okay, yeah. So here, these were the stretch goals from last time. One of them was make an identifier context, and the other one was support parsing modules and function definitions. I'm not going to look at that today, but I guess I'm making this resolve identifiers in the identifier context is going to be one of the things I'd like to look at today. But I mean, what I really want to do is just make progress and like have some more test paths. So that's what I'm hoping to get to. Okay, enough of the talking and more of the typing, I think. Okay, well, I'll start by doing, so this is a productivity pro tip. Just break up your to-do list items into multiple to-do items, and then you get to check off more than one. So this is pop if.wast off the pending stack, and I think I stand by that as a decision. So I'll just take that off. So now hopefully I can run all the tests and I don't get any spew. I just get it sort of happily passing at the end. Yeah, okay. Remove if.wast from pending tests. Well, let's say temporarily remove if.wast from pending tests. And then I'll just say, what did I say here? This file exercises lots of other WebAssembly instructions that we haven't implemented yet. So it's turning out to be more of a slog to get it passing than I'd expected. I'll park it for now and come back later when more instructions are implemented. Okay, well, easy. I'm 25% of the way through already. This is going to be a really short stream. So what do I want to do? Do I want to have a starter or a main course, or do I want to go straight to the pudding? I think I am actually going to start with Ruby 3.2.0 because I think that's probably a nice sort of light way in, and it will warm up my typing fingers, and then we can come back and, pick a different test to pick on. Now, in preparation for this, I did install Ruby 3.2.0 Preview 3 because I thought watching that build on the stream might not be the most exciting thing to watch. So there we go. Now, I'm just thinking about the Ruby version file. What do I need to do? I think right now it just says 3.1. Yeah. So will Cherubi be happy if I just do 3.2.0 into Ruby version? This was my intention, but I actually don't know whether because I don't have the final release of 3.2.0. Is this going to be okay? Let me switch back to 3.1.2. Okay, and then if I step back into this directory, I mean, I guess that's fine. That doesn't immediately tell me whether the GitHub action is going to be happy, but maybe that's okay. I mean, I'll find out. I'll find out when I push it up to GitHub. Okay, well then I'm just going to do this. Upgrade to Ruby 3.2 Preview 3. Let's say Cherubi seems happy with having 3.2.0 as the Ruby version, even though I don't have that exact version number installed. I hope GitHub Actions will be, well, I hope that the Ruby, is it setup Ruby? GitHub action will be as forgiving. I sort of hope that it will. It doesn't seem completely unreasonable to hope that it will, but I don't actually know. Okay, well, I mean, I've boldly / rashly made a commit there. Of course, what I really should have done is run the test to see if they pass. So now we're on 3.2. I mean, it's looking hopeful, isn't it? Okay, well, that's good. In fact, even better, I've already got this file open. I think all of these places where I've said no experimental, I think I can just get rid of that now. Well, I have to type something that actually makes sense for that to work. So one of the features of Ruby 3.2 is that find patterns are no longer experimental. So I'm hoping that I'm hoping that if I run this, so we still don't have any warnings. So that's good. Great. Where did I... Yes. Okay. So I'll just say stop disabling experimental feature warnings in test script, and I'll say I disabled these in blah because of all the warnings about find patterns being experimental. Now that we've upgraded to Ruby 3.2.0, these warnings no longer exist, so we don't need to suppress them anymore. Okay. All right, that's nice. The other things I wanted to think about with Ruby 3.2.0 were, oh yes. So firstly, I've got this, I won't call it a monkey patch. I will call it a refinement because that's what it is. It sounds much more classier. This refinement to add the deconstruct keys method to match data. And that's because 3.1 is what I had before, isn't it? That's because I want to do something like, I want to be able to write a regular expression and say foo, and then have a named capture group here that says like name dot. Let's call it rest. So if I want that to match foobar, then you can see I've got this match data object. Well, let's just stick it there. Match data equals, let's call it match equals blah. And then what I want to be able to do is to push that through a pattern match and say I want to capture rest, but that doesn't work. Which is what that refinement was doing, was making this deconstruct keys method available on match data so that this operation works. Now I believe that in 3.2 you can just do that. So that just works. So that's great. So that means that I can delete some code. I don't need that refinement anymore. And then where was I using it? In AST parser and in float. Float. Okay, am I still... Yes, that's still using helpers. That's still using helpers. So I still need the require, but I can get rid of this. Okay, let's just check that the tests are happy. Yeah, that seems fine, doesn't it? Okay, great. So I can say remove match data, deconstruct keys, refinement. This is part of Ruby 3.2, so we no longer need to define it ourselves. I wonder if I can find a citation for that. I know that Ufuk linked it to me ages ago. What would it be? Maybe if I look on GitHub. And the pull requests, and it's probably, so I know it's been merged. Deconstruct keys. Yes, there we go. Great. Okay, so I can I think you can see from this that it was just checking I'm telling the truth. Yeah, okay. Great. Well, why don't I say this is part of 3.2.0 preview 3. Okay, that's great. I've deleted some code. What else did I want? Couple of things. Oh, I suppose small thing is that I noticed in the release notes for Ruby 3.2 that there's what's it called? Seal div? Integer seal div? Yes. So this is specifically for, well, rounding up division is what it says. And that's talking about, this is a problem that I had where it's like, when I was implementing memory, I needed to be able to ask a question like, how many bytes do you need for this many bits? So I wanted to say like, look, I've got 12 bits. How many bytes is that? If you divide it by 8, you get the answer 1, which is not right. The answer's 2. And I think that that's what sealdiv does, is that it's rounding up basically. So I think if I do 12 sealdiv 8, it will tell me 2. So, I mean, it's a pretty small win, but I think this is something where, what's it called? Size of that I defined? Where is it? Oh, it's in the helpers. Yeah, okay. So you can see at the moment what this does is it uses divmod, but that's so that I can find out if the remainder's 0 or not, so that I can round it up myself basically. But I think I can just replace this with I think I can just do value sealdiv quargs fetch in, where I appear to have made the decision to bloody-mindedly choose a keyword argument name that isn't a valid local variable. So I'm stuck with that now. Question in the chat. Ruby is lovely, and you're obviously in too deep now to turn back. Yes, I am. But do you suppose Crystal would have been a good choice for this project? Yeah, Maybe. I mean, the reason I'm hesitating is that I don't really know very much about Crystal. I've sort of tinkered with it, but I don't know it anywhere near as well as I know Ruby. So maybe. But I guess implicit in that answer is that, like, I just know Ruby really well. I know that Crystal is basically Ruby, but especially in situations like this where I'm actually like, I am aware of features that are being added to Ruby at the moment and I can take advantage of them. I think there is some benefit in me, given that it's just a hobby project, to be using a language that I feel sort of comfortable in, and it's fun to be using new features in a language. So I guess I could have, I'm sure Crystal is having new features added to it and stuff, but yeah, I don't know. What do you think? Would it have been a good choice for this project? I'm not qualified to answer that question because I haven't really used it. Okay, so I think I can just do that. I think there's still some benefit in having, this function is now almost completely redundant, but I think probably it's adding to the clarity of these methods a little bit. So even though this is now just calling a standard library method, then maybe I could just get rid of this helper, but I think I'm just going to, for now, I'm going to leave it. It's more that I just wanted to be able to delete code that I don't need to write anymore. Like if this method had already existed and I'd known about it, then I would have used it here. And so I've used it now. I'll say as much in the commit message. Alice has replied, I mostly just noticed that you're doing a lot of things at the type level, and Crystal makes that sort of thing pretty cozy. Yeah. I mean, at various times in this project, I've thought about to what extent having a static type system would have helped versus hindered me. And I think probably it would have helped more than it would have hindered. There have definitely been times where, and in fact I was talking about it recently, where not having to worry about the static type of things has actually made things a little bit easier, because a lot of the time, especially when I'm refactoring, I've been doing this sort of incremental cutover where I've been sort of slowly replacing the body of a method. It used to work one way and now it works another way, and half of it is still the old way and half of it's the new way, and in some cases that has actually affected what type of argument or what the return value of that method is. And the fact that I've been able to do that incrementally without having to cook up some kind of some kind of argument or result type that will encapsulate all of the that sort of intermediate state has actually made things a bit easier. But on the flip side, I think I've made a lot of silly mistakes that would have been caught by a static type system. So yeah, I mean, this is the kind of project that I've done. I mean, really using Ruby for this project is a little bit perverse. Like I've built things like this in languages like OCaml before, and they're just extremely well suited to this kind of thing, like algebraic data types and pattern matching and a really nice flexible static type system that you can sort of duck out of when you need to and not too much of the sort of Haskell style. What's the polite way to say all of this? OCaml is much less opinionated. ML is less opinionated on things like, referential transparency and, you can just mutate a reference. You don't have to worry about monads and stuff like that. So I think those sort of functional languages are the easiest to write a project like this in. So doing it in Ruby in some ways is a little bit more difficult and a little bit more perverse. I mean, I think one of the reasons why I decided to do this project, the main reason is because I realized there were executable specifications for WebAssembly, but a sort of secondary reason was because pattern matching has been added into Ruby, and despite having dabbled with it a fair amount, I've never really used it in anger as my primary way of of operating on a large project. And so I think that's part of the reason why I picked Ruby for this rather than doing it in Crystal or OCaml or something else that might have made my life a little bit easier, is just because I wanted to feel like I'd really kicked the tires of pattern matching, more so than before. And I feel like in some ways I am accomplishing that mission, because there is a heck of a lot of pattern matching in this, perhaps at the expense of a better organization for the data. Like whenever you've got a evaluation function that looks like this, which is what the evaluation function in sort of ML type languages tend to look like, there's always a thought at the back of my head where it's like, well, I could just be using polymorphism here. This could just be an evaluate method on all of these different classes that I'm switching on here. So maybe there's maybe I've taken that principle a little bit too far here, and like in my desire to kick the tires of pattern matching, I've now kind of made this whole project more complicated than it needs to be, because I could have just done it in Java and had some classes with some methods on them, and it would have been, much more tidy and easy to understand. But yeah, well, it is where it is now. And like you say, Ruby is really nice for rapid prototyping, and really rapid prototyping is the whole point of this. This whole thing is a rapid prototype. Not quite as rapid as perhaps it should have been, but rapid enough that I've got something, look, as you can see, a few tests are passing. So it's if I'd been trying to learn Crystal at the same time, I might still be stuck on the first test. It would be fun to try and, especially once the dust settles and I'm not doing any more of that sort of prototyping and refactoring and like changing my mind about what even is the type of this function, type stuff. It might be fun to try adding sorbet to this project. I mean, one of the principles was not to introduce any dependencies, but arguably sorbet is like not really dependency. I mean, I guess it's a development dependency if you're going to use it, because one of the things I don't like about sorbet is that it adds executable code to your program. It's not just annotations. It's like you are actually running Ruby code in order to annotate your method. So I guess actually maybe there is no way for me to do that without compromising my no dependencies. I'm actually thinking there probably is a way to do it, because there's that other, you can put them in a separate file. So maybe I could do that, but that's something for me to think about in the future, I think, once this is actually working. Would I say, you're asking, it looks like you've kicked the tires off of Ruby's pattern matching. Would you say it's lacking anywhere? Yes, there definitely are some annoyances. Oh goodness, I don't want to, okay, let me write this commit message, and then I'll give you a very brief summary of what my complaints are about Ruby pattern matching. So what am I doing here? Use integer seal div in size of helper. I think this might have already been in, I think this might have been in an earlier preview of Ruby 3.2. I don't think this is new actually, but so this wasn't sufficient motivation for me to switch to Ruby. Oh no, yeah, there we go. So this was in preview 2, so I can say that. This was introduced in Ruby 3.2.0 preview 2. So we can use it instead of rounding the quotient up ourselves. Great. So I mean, this how far back are we? 3 commits. Yeah. So if I diff against that commit, I'm already, what's the stat of this? So, some removals there. Okay, I've made that. No need to apologize for asking questions. I'm very happy to chat about stuff. So I appreciate you joining in. Oh, dearie me. Okay, well, I'm glad you liked the programming with nothing talk, but slash, I apologize for infecting your brain with those ideas. Okay, yeah, pattern matching. So I suppose I've got one big complaint about pattern matching in Ruby, which is, and I mean, I'm very grateful that it's there, and I don't want to denigrate anyone's work, but in terms of like future improvements, how could it be even better? I think it could be made even better if it was implemented in a more principled way. And what I mean by that is, firstly, right now there aren't any, unless I'm missing something, there isn't any concept of like, patterns aren't a first class thing in Ruby. There is no pattern object. So you can't, again, unless I'm missing something, as far as I know, you can't store a pattern in a constant and use it in lots of places. So, the fact that I'm using pattern matching all over the place, so specifically in this AST parser, I think there's probably quite a lot of duplication where I'm effectively using the same pattern in a few different places. And I could get around that by basically not using a pattern. I could, this thing could instead be, that could be an array, and then instead of having a pattern here, it could be like, binary integer opcodes method include, and then this would produce a proc that would answer the question of whether it matches this case or not. So like, it is possible to do it, but I think the fact that patterns aren't sort of first class values is sort of a problem, and I think it's indicative of the feature being a little bit half baked. Like and another aspect of that problem is that they are in some ways similar to regular expressions, but they're not similar enough to regular expressions for that to be convenient. So this whole match data thing that stuff that I just deleted, this is sort of papering over the cracks between the way that regular expressions work and the way that patterns work. But really, a pattern it's kind of like a regular expression, but it's like a structural regular expression for data. And I think I don't know the answers to any of this, by the way. It's not like I've got a solution to this problem, but I feel like what I would really have liked would have been for someone to have sort of gone away and thought very hard about how do we have, if not the same interface, then a sort of a conceptual unification between what you can do with a regular expression. Regular expressions are first-class values. You can store them in a local variable. You can put them in a hash. You can do what you want with them. You can, and you can match against them. And matches have sort of side effects when you match against a regular expression, it can populate a match data object, and then you can reach into that match data and say, what was the contents of group 3 or named group foo or whatever. And I feel like patterns are missing that aspect. And that ties into one of my other complaints about pattern matching is the undefined semantics of matching. Sorry, let me bring up a citation for this. Docs rubylang.org n3.1. I don't know what the URL of the pattern matching thing is. But you can see there's this bit at the bottom about undefined behavior. There's this undefined behavior about what happens in this case when a local variable appears in a pattern match that fails. So in this case, you can see because patterns get matched left to right, effectively what happens, this is really just syntactic sugar for first assign 0 to A and then compare 1 and 2. And then because the comparison fails, it falls through to the next case. But you've already assigned this local variable A. Now, regular expressions don't have this problem. This says undefined. What actually happens right now is that A will the value that got matched to the A here sort of leaks out. So even though this match failed, you still get an assignment to this local variable. And I think that's another like symptom of the problem I'm talking about, where like it hasn't been implemented in a particularly principled way. Like with regular expressions, either the regular expression matches and you get a match data object that contains all of the information about that match, including named captures, or it doesn't match and you don't get a match data object. Whereas here, we're like in a weird halfway situation where like, well, okay, the pattern didn't match, but it still had a side effect that was assigning to a local variable, and that kind of bothers me. And I think it, continues to like constraints that don't make any sense, like the fact that a local variable can't appear. If you've got an alternative pattern like this, you can't have the local variable appear in both alternatives. Like you can't have it both ways. Like either. Oh, and also the things that can appear. Sorry, this is exactly what I knew would happen in response to your answer, to your question, is that I was going to go off on a rant. Another thing I don't like, another example of it being not particularly principled, is that this looks like a local variable. I mean, it is a local variable, but you're not allowed to put general L values here. You can't put anything that can appear on the left-hand side of an assignment in a pattern. So you can't, if you wanted this to, instead of having this pattern assigned to a local variable, if you wanted it to call a setter on self, you can't put self.a here. You can put self.a on the left-hand side of an assignment, and Ruby knows how to sort of de-sugar that into a call to the setter. But that doesn't work inside a pattern. You can't put self.a here. It's just not supported. So I think it's, again, I'm not trying to be critical of it. I'm just saying that as it stands, it's a very useful addition to the language, and I'm really glad it's there, and I really like it so far. But it feels like a sort of a first attempt at a mature version of this feature. Like I hope that someone somewhere is intending to iterate on this, and I mean, maybe I should be helping with that, but I don't know how. I don't know how to help. I'm just a person with opinions, but like I think I can imagine that in Ruby 3.3 or 3.4 or Ruby 4.0 that like a lot of these weird things I'm talking about that are, it sounds quite esoteric, some of the stuff I'm complaining about, but like it's just lots of little paper cuts that are caused by this single underlying problem, which is that there's no real model of what is a pattern, what operations does it support, how does that compare to the operations that are supported on regular expressions. Like, I don't know. It's existing in this weird state at the moment where it's not, it's not amazingly well integrated with the rest of the language. So I'm very happy it's here, and it's a nice new piece of syntax that is making my current project way easier. But I think there is a risk of, because it's hard to build a coherent mental model of what's allowed, what's not allowed, what happens in this situation. Like, it's all a little bit unpredictable and ad hoc because of the slightly ad hoc way that it's been put together. It's not something that I think it's easy for someone who doesn't know pattern matching to just pick it up in 5 minutes and go like, oh, okay, this all makes sense. It works the way I think it does, because in some ways it doesn't work the way that you think it would. And there are some brick walls that you'll hit quite quickly if you expect to be able to do things like store a pattern in a constant, or you might have a weird bug that's caused by that undefined behavior that doesn't raise an exception. It just silently behaves in a weird way. So I think it's got a few warts at the moment, but nothing that can't be fixed with another decade of tinkering. Okay, let's get rid of what I was doing there. You said, I think there are hacky ways to reach into patterns. You can sort of build them up dynamically. Okay. I mean, I don't know how to do that. So if anything, I'm just professing my own ignorance there about like I don't know how to do any of that. To me, patterns are just purely syntactic, and they're not really accessible to me at runtime. Like that's how I feel about them. I might be wrong about that, but that's sort of, apart from manipulating the AST, using like syntax tree or something like that, I don't know how to do stuff dynamically with patterns. Yeah. Oh, and you're just agreeing with my remark about L values. Yeah. That's the thing, is that I don't think that there's an important reason why it works that way, like, or at least I'm not aware of one. It's just sort of, that's what was implemented, and that's what makes it feel a little bit like maybe we could polish this up and come up with something a little bit less surprising. Basically, that's the TLDR. I wish they were. I don't need them to be more powerful. I would like for them to be less surprising. That's my feedback to Ruby core. As if anyone cares what I think. Anyway, what was I? Thank you for the question. I'm glad to have a chance to. I'm glad to have an excuse to rant about stuff. Okay, all right. We're still on Ruby 3.2. I'm nearly an hour in. This is taking longer than I thought it was going to. I also wanted to try out data.define. That's what I want. Let's see if I can find the pull request. It'll be closed, I'd imagine. Data.define. There we go. So this is basically like struct, but it's immutable. So I've got all kinds of places where I feel like I could probably be using. Well, I've got all kinds of places where I don't actually need the objects to be mutable in the first place. Well, I mean, so here's an example. Format. This is just a container for information about the format of float, whether it's single or double precision, how many exponent bits, how many significand bits. These are just value objects, and nothing ever tries to mutate them. In fact, I should probably make the constructor private, because actually no one even tries to instantiate it. There are just these two special instances. So I think this should just be a data.define, and then I can get rid of the keyword in it. The temptation is to do this, but I think the reason why I didn't do that in the first place is because I want these constants inside here to be inside the format namespace. So I think, although I don't like subclassing, well, anything really, I think in this case that's the only, well, I was going to say it's the only way I know of. I suppose I could just do this, format equals data.define, and then I could reopen the class. But I'm getting a bit distracted. That's a separate problem that I could maybe come back to. So I'm hoping that this is just, I'm hoping that just works like it should do. I believe that the keyword init thing is like the default for data, that I think you define the names of the members, and then you can either call the constructor with keyword arguments or with positional arguments, or maybe it's, I don't know, I don't care. As long as keyword arguments work, that's all I ever want. So okay, well that looks like it's okay, doesn't it? So let's say switch wasmina float format to use well, I guess data.define is fine. Let's just say this was added in Ruby 3.2.0 preview 3. Okay, so that's, it's not a huge difference, but firstly, it means I mean, I could ditch keyword in it anyway, actually. Yeah, actually, if there are any places where, for whatever reason, it's not suitable for this to be immutable, I'm a poet, then I can just remove the keyword in it. But in that case, clearly it's fine for that to be immutable. Where else are we struct newing? Oh, yes. Okay, well, let's try this out. Struct.new, data.define. So for all of these float classes, infinite, nan, 0, finite. See, approximation, the whole point of approximation is to be stateful. The whole purpose of it is to hold this rational and an exponent and then spin in this loop, updating the value of those. So I can't, so this is good, because now there's a sort of a meaningful distinction between things that are supposed to be immutable and things that aren't. And so this is now the outlier in that I do actually want it to be mutable. And there's no reason I couldn't do this with an immutable thing. You know, instead of modifying its attributes, I could just return a new one and then recursively call scale within on it, but rather than have a loop here. But that's just going to produce a lot of objects for no reason. So I'm quite happy to leave that as mutable, because the algorithm that I've implemented here is essentially imperative. So that's fine. I'll put this in its own commit, but before I forget, let's just get rid of that. Okay, so there are a few changes in here. Let's run the tests. Oh, yes, of course. Keyword init true. I don't know why I said GC, because I want all of them. So yeah, let's cut those down nicely. Oh, right. Yes. Yeah, okay, so these floats are currently, I am currently taking advantage of the fact that they're mutable, because in the interpreter, sign equals. So it's not something that happens very much, but there are at least, well, I think these are the only places actually. But because these instructions just modify the sign of the number, so copy sign just copies the sign of its right-hand argument onto the left-hand argument, and absolute and negative set the sign to be plus or the opposite of what it currently is, respectively. So well, I've got a choice here. I could say, well, sadly, floats are mutable. But I think my other option is to change the API here and say, like, well, you can't do this. But what you can do is you can say, left equals left with sign, like that. And in fact, there's a temptation to inline that, right? That left isn't really pulling its weight anymore, and so I could just yeah. I think that's what that would be my preference there, is to just, like, the only reason this was a separate line is because it was doing an assignment, whereas now, I mean, in some ways this is nicer. We can just say, so this is, you know, implicitly what this is going to do is give us a copy of that thing. In fact, there was a discussion about this in this bugs.rubylang.org conversation. There is some talk about updating Were they talking about calling it with? I think there might be a separate issue about a separate ticket about basically having a uniform way to update these things. I can't remember where it is. There's some conversation down here about super hopeful that we can get the with method for the essential copy of value object with one or more changes usage pattern. So I don't think this has been dealt with yet. Yeah, okay, anyway, sorry, I'm getting distracted by that. I think it's okay, I can just implement this myself, right? Like if it had been possible for me to just say with sign right.sign, that's even better. But I just don't think that API exists yet. I don't think there's any agreement on how that should work. So likewise, this should be value with sign plus. And in case it's not obvious, this method doesn't exist, right? I'm writing the code I wish I could write. And then I'll go and actually make this. So this is the opposite of its current sign. Yeah, so that's, given that there are only those three places. I mean, I haven't proved that those are the only places that are trying to mutate it, but that was the problem, was that those abs, neg, and copy sign were all trying to mutate the sign. So now, I'll have replaced one problem with another problem, which is that spec test core, which is that method doesn't exist. So I've kind of, I've given myself a new problem, but I implement, and now all I have to do is go and just implement that method. So what does that look like? So for infinite def with sign, I mean, obviously in this case it's easy because sign is the only member, but I'm thinking about, how would I do it? How do I do this in general? Like, is there like basically a standard implementation of this that I can just copy and paste? I think without talking about the specific members of this class, I think what this is going to look like is that I'm going to say, whatever class I am, make an instance of that. And what I want the attributes to be are, let's sort of double splat my representation as a hash to get all the keyword arguments, but then I'm going to clobber the sign part of it. So, and I believe that the right-hand side's going to win here. Let's just try it out. Well, let's... okay, let's do this. Nan equals data define payload sign do def with sign so self.class .new double splat to hash, and then whatever the new sign is. I don't know why I'm doing that. I wanted to try and do a one-liner to check that this worked right, and I've ended up, I realized that I needed a method to call, so I think I just ended up, reproducing the whole thing. So nan.new payload old sign, right? And then if I say, well, let's assign this nan equals, and if I do nan with sign new sign, right? Yes. Okay. So that does work like I expected it to. So that's good because I can just reuse that everywhere. So for infinite, for nan, for 0, oh, yeah. Okay. Clearly, this is more problematic because, I mean, effectively, what I'm doing here is, yeah. So finite doesn't have a sign, or rather, the sign is now sort of a derived attribute from the rational that this stores. So I've actually already implemented the getter and setter here in terms of rational. So effectively what I'm saying is we don't have a setter for sign anymore. This is our replacement for the setter. So what am I saying now? This has only got a rational, but I think I'm going to leave, for the sake of regularity, I'm going to leave this double splat here and say we just got to construct a new rational, right? And I think the new rational is this. So I think that gives us what we want, that now it's just the API has changed. There's no setter, but there is this sort of factory that will give us a new finite, and it will update the rational to be whatever the absolute value of the rational was multiplied by, and the sign class is implemented such that multiplication actually ends up multiplying by +1 or -1. So that machinery is already being used in the previous setter, and we're just sort of inheriting it over here. So let's see. Okay, well, that's fine. Great. Well, that wasn't completely painless, but it was 99% painless because really that was no big deal. So I think I want all of this. I just don't want that approximation change, but I want all the rest of that. So I think that's all the relevant stuff. Yeah. I mean, there is a temptation to pull the copied and pasted stuff up into some kind of mix in. But I feel like that's a different change that I don't want to get involved with at the moment. Okay, great. That's all. Oh, I'm such an idiot. Such an idiot. Why am I like this? Okay. Don't impulsively type get a dot when you've carefully staged a subset of your changes. Okay, so this is, what did I say? Switch, wasmina, float. I don't really have a good name for these. Types, I suppose, to use data.define. And then in here I'll say we need with sign to support mutating the sign now that these values are immutable. I guess I could have done that in 2 separate changes, but really it's a small enough change that I'm happy to just say, but make that an atomic change. All right, and then I can add this, remove keyword init argument from struct.new in approximation. This is now the default, so we don't need to specify it. Do I have a citation for that? Probably not. I'd be amazed if I could find a pull request for that. Is this it? Oh, Jean, what have you done now? Is this effectively making it the default? No. I think maybe there isn't a PR for it, or I'm just missing it there. It's not super important, is it? Let's just say this is now the default in Ruby 3.2. Oh, okay. Yeah, look, there's loads more opportunities to do this. And this will be the last Ruby 3.2 thing that I do, and then I'll get onto the other things. I thought this was going to be like a little 5-minute frippery, but actually it's turned into a bit of a diversion. Okay, well this should be easy enough. Data.define. Oh, right, yes. I don't need to say nil. I think I can just leave it empty. And of course, all those keyword inits need to go away. Great. Switch AST node types to use data.define. I don't really have names for any of these things, so. But yeah, I mean, that was at no point am I trying to modify any of those, so that's good. It's nice to be able to assert that, to say that like there's no line of code that's actually trying to modify the AST, so it's nice to have that constraint. And then wildsmena.rb. Oh, yes, okay. What's going to happen here? I'm sort of curious about this one, because the whole purpose of memory is to be mutable, but I think maybe it's only the bytes that needs to be mutable. I don't think we ever assign it. Yeah. We pass it in to the constructor, and then everything else just mutates it. So I would hope it's like Float Explorer that actually uses that memory. And there's like a float memory as well. Yeah, okay, I guess that's fine. Switch. What actually is the namespace of this class? Is it inside? Oh yeah, interpreter. I'll just say that's not really where it should be. Should it? I don't know. I don't think there's anything interesting to say about that. Maybe there is. Although the bytes member gets mutated after the memory is instantiated, we don't, we never reassign it. So the memory instance itself is immutable. Okay, and these three things go together because these are just part of storing the information about functions. A function knows, again, we wouldn't actually need this if I'd done the identifier context, but a function knows about its parameters and its locals. So I think, oh, so let's replace struct.new with data.define. Let's get rid of keyword init. Comma there. And then I think that's the last. Yes, that's the last unintentional struct dealt with. I think this is probably not going to work based on my memory of how this works. Oh, that's interesting. It's broken for a reason I wasn't expecting. Missing keyword name. So, oh yeah, but look, this is going to be problematic. Or is it? Is it problematic? Yes, it is. And I'll tell you why. This is a similar situation where it's like we don't try to reassign the parameters or the locals or the body of this thing. So it could be immutable, even though what this loop does, this is what I was thinking about, this loop goes through and it mutates the parameters and the locals, but actually in all these cases you can see it's only modifying the existing object. It's not actually reassigning parameters or locals or body. So that would be fine, but name is the fly in the ointment because that's not an array. So we have to provide something here. In fact, the name needs to be nil in the case of the function being anonymous because it doesn't necessarily have a name. But then where we do try to reassign it, it's going to complain because we can't do that. So again, we could make functions mutable, but they really don't need to be. It's just that because once we've collected all of the information about the function here, we don't need to mutate it anymore. It's just due to the unique way in which they are constructed, we do need to do some mutation as part of collecting together all of the instructions for the body, and all of the locals and all of the parameters. So I think what I'm going to have to do is, instead of this being function.new, this is going to have to be some kind of, let's make it a hash. And then basically all of this can be the same, except it's going to have to be this sort of business. And this one. And this one. And this one. And yes, this one. So this is a hash that starts out with all the sort of the empty defaults, and then we iterate over it, and then I mean, it's called function. It's not really a very good name for it, but what we want to do here is say function.new. Maybe this should be like attributes or something. It's kind of nice that here that hash is called function, but I mean, it's not an instance of function. So does that do the trick? Looking hopeful, isn't it? So what is it we're switching? Parameter, local, and function. And then I can say a little bit about how in define function we need to accumulate all the attributes in a hash so that we can pass them into the function constructor once rather than incrementally modifying an empty function as we go. Oh, it doesn't work. What's this? Missing keyword name. 161. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So previously, parameters and local variables can be anonymous. And previously, we were just simply not providing a name and it was making them anonymous. But there, and I guess here, we'll need to explicitly say, just as we did here, that the name is nil. Again, another detail that I wouldn't be having to deal with if I had the identifier context, but I don't, so I am. Okay, so that's now amended with that. I think I'm going to stop there. I don't think there's anything else that I particularly wanted to do. That's got most of it out of my system. I wanted the data define. I wanted to get rid of my refinement that I knew was no longer required. Yeah, that was it really. And the seal div was the cherry on top. The only other thing, which I'm not going to do, that I was tempted to do, was that there's a new method in string. Well, let me show you. In memory, I've got these load and store methods. So this load method pulls some bytes out of an offset into a string essentially, and store writes some bytes at a particular offset in the string. Now, when I was implementing this, I remember thinking, and probably saying on the stream, but I can't remember if I did, that there was actually already a method on string that does this called byte slice. So this byte slice method lets you pull effectively some bytes out of the middle of a string, and crucially the offset here is in bytes. So rather than being in characters, you can just index a certain number of bytes into the string. And the reason I didn't use it is that there was no corresponding method for setting them. So instead, I decided to use getByte and setByte because those are the single byte equivalent of that, and I'm just iterating it to get the effect that I want. Now in Ruby 3.2, they've added byte splice, which is the setter equivalent of byte slice. So this would let me do it.
I'm sorry.
Oh, shut up. But I'm not sure that I want to do that. I'm not sure that I want to do that. I mean, certainly for load, I think it makes things easier because effectively this line here that says size of bits in bits per byte times map index bytes get byte, that is basically byte slice. So I've sort of implemented byte slice by chaining together some other methods. But for this to work, I would need to I suppose I would still need this bit to actually assemble see, the problem is there's no good way to I mean, can I just pass in an array? Like, it's a little bit of a pain actually to make a string here that I'm then ready to write into memory in the appropriate place. So yeah, I'm not sure that that's actually an improvement if I do that. I'm just going to leave it, but mainly for the reason that I feel like I've spent enough time messing about with Ruby 3.2. I feel like I've had my fun. I've done the main things I wanted to do. I'll just add it to my to-do list. What is it? Refactoring wasmina.rb, I suppose. Would it be an improvement to use string byte splice in memory.store? I might have done this if it had existed in Ruby 3.1, but it's not immediately obvious to me whether I can easily make a string to splice in at the appropriate offset. Yeah, it's just something to think about. But for now, I think I'm done with my Ruby 3.2 noodling. And in fact, I think what I'm going to do is unusually, exceptionally, in a very special occasion, ultimately to balance out that time 2 streams prior where GitHub was broken and when I pushed up my commit, it didn't run the tests. I think I'm going to push this up now and check that GitHub Actions is happy with my Ruby version file. So the tests are all passing locally, aren't they? Yeah. So I think I'm just going to push this up and hope that GitHub Actions is happy. Or really it's the Ruby setup action. Hey, good things are happening. So what did Ruby setup do? Yeah, it used 3.2.0 preview 3. Great. That's amazing. All right, well, it's all just working. Well, he says, yeah, there we go. This is about to go green, I predict. Come on, go green. Go green. Yay, okay. Cool, all right. Ruby 3.2, achievement unlocked. What? Why is that still? Unknowable. There we go, green tick. All right, great. Well, okay, I've done that then. That was the fun bit. Now, I think that I've been delaying this gratification for too long. So let's try and find another test and make some more of it pass. And then maybe this can be like the chore that I do afterwards. I mean, really, working on a project like this is just as much about sort of managing my motivation as anything else. Like if everything's just an endless grind, then it becomes very difficult to stay interested. So let's just see what the BR table situation is, because surely, oh yeah, I think what this is going to uncover is the fact that I'm not taking branch targets seriously. I'm just assuming that you're always going to be branching to 0. But maybe this is an interesting... Maybe this is a good excuse to actually think about that a little bit. But maybe I can think about that by looking at BR if. Unhandled exception. Great. It's probably because it's expecting the stack to be empty, right? Okay. Okay, I'm going to remove the things that work. I'm not interested in things that work. I'm interested in things that don't work. Let's just have a look at some of these. I mean, of the things that remain, select is the juiciest because it's quite a simple instruction, and frankly, I'm surprised it's not already passing. Okay, so something's going on with the parsing there. So that might be interesting. But as you can see, a big chunk of them are passing. So it's not too bad. Let's have a look. Select.wast. Oh, I've got to... How do I opt out of this? I really don't like it. Oh, opt out. Disable. My feedback is I don't like it. Okay. So this is the instruction that... What is it, the instruction that? How's this different from an if? Oh. Yeah, what does this do? I mean, I've implemented it, so I should be able to remember. But unfortunately, I don't. Oh, it's called... Yeah, this is not the S expression anymore. Okay, so we pop 3 values off the stack. Right, so we have to remember that this expression here is folded, and it will get unfolded to be local get 0, local get 1, local get 2, select. So we pop those 3 things off the stack, value 1, value 2, condition. Okay, and then the condition is deciding the truthiness of that condition determines... Yeah, so if the condition is true, then we return the first value, otherwise we return the second value. Okay, so a bunch of these are passing. How many? Oh, well, look, here's where it's going wrong. Select I32T. Oh, okay. I wonder if I can... Will I be lucky enough to be able to just search for this? Yes, there we go. So... Oh, okay, so this is actually the first... I'd already found it. It was indeed the first invocation of select I32T. I just disregarded all of the tests above it, but actually that is how many tests we've got working. So what is this? How's this different? Oh, it's got a type. It's got a return type here. Select I32T. So I guess the T is for type. Yeah, well, I know how to implement that. In fact, what I was trying to do was just get a bird's eye view of this and see what does this depend on. Oh, it's got table. Oh, call indirect. I think that's the only thing in here that I see that isn't already implemented, though. Oh, it's got global as well. Okay, well, I'm going to start writing these dependencies down. So this needs block, which we've already got. Well, in fact, I'll just write down the things we don't have because there's lots of things we've already got. But the things that are currently preventing us from executing this are table, call indirect, global. Okay, but everything else in there is probably fine. I mean, I don't have assert invalid yet, so we can ignore all of those. So that's pretty close, actually. If I could get table, call, indirect, and global working, then we'd be laughing. I'm just going to have a look at a few of these and then make some kind of decision. I mean, like, table, call, indirect, and global are not on my list of candidates because these candidates are just the things that I've already implemented. And I haven't implemented any of those, but it's possible that everything on this list will depend on table, call, indirect, and global, in which case I just need to bite the bullet. Data. Yeah, see, like, this has got globals. Even though I've implemented data already, I have not implemented globals. So global is definitely maybe that's something that I should implement next, is global. Yeah, I mean, a lot of these are testing validation, which I haven't implemented yet. In fact, maybe all of them are. Yeah, these are all just testing for various different kinds of failure, so that's actually not a good candidate for me. Assert invalid, assert trap, assert something else that I don't know how to assert yet. Unlinkable. Oh, except that's commented out. Okay, well, this is also not low-hanging fruit. What about loop? Good so far. Select, that's fine. Loop, if, block. Yeah, I've done all that. Table, call, indirect. I imagine anything that's testing control flow is going to have these. And global. That does look like it, though. So at the very least, I'm building up a picture of what I'm going to need to implement next if I want to make any progress. Let's just look at load and store, because in principle, they should be quite simple. You know, I'm thinking if I wanted to write assertions to check that these things work properly, I would just want to try loading and storing things of different sizes, maybe at different offsets, maybe different alignments, check that the static offset works properly. This doesn't feel like an instruction that would inherently depend upon complicated control flow and stuff. I just want to hammer bytes in and out of the memory and check that the right things come out again. This needs BR, which actually I don't think we've implemented yet, but that's trivial. It's just an unconditional branch. So I'm quite happy to implement that. We've done func, we've done memory, we've done block, BRF, drop. That's all fine. Please. Oh, it's got flipping table, call, indirect. Oh, why? Global. All right, so these have all got the same set of brain worms that they all just want to mess around with globals and indirect control flow. So I assume store is going to be just as bad. And select had a, what was it, just table? Table, call, indirect, yeah. In fact, I'm not 100% sure that I didn't put that in the wrong place, but I'm sure it's true of all of these control flow things. Okay, well that's disappointing. Local get. I mean, I think I'm just going to have to bite the bullet and implement table and call indirect and global, and then that will unlock a lot of these tests. So this is all looks good so far. Why is this not already passing? It looks like it should be. I mean, I assume it's because I haven't implemented local get correctly, and that's fine. So, yeah, a bunch of them did pass, and then this one failed. Okay, so maybe we're getting somewhere here. As BR value. Oh, well, this is just because we haven't implemented BR. Okay. Okay. Ah, look, there's no table in here. There's BR table, but I've implemented that. So that's fine. Is there a global? There is no global. There cannot be any call indirect because I assume that I actually don't know, but I just assume that call indirect is with respect to a table, rather than having an inline table as this BR table instruction does. So I think actually I can do this one. So I'm confident enough that I'm gonna stick this, and I bet a local set is in the same sort of ballpark. Yeah, this looks like a similar kind of deal. Let's just try local set. Yeah, that's also trying to do a BR, I think. So let's say local get local set in my pending tests. And then I'll just make a start on local get. These look like low-hanging fruit to me. Unlike many of the other tests I've looked at, they don't use table, call indirect, or global. So they're probably quite close to passing already. Okay, pending test failed successfully. Let's see what happens. So I'm going to need to, in the AST parser, let's find the existing BRs. Where's BR table? Oh, BR table's got special handling because of its weird multiple arity situation. But I think BR is just going to be the same as BR if. The only difference is that BR if at runtime pops something off the stack and uses it as a condition, whereas I think BR is just an unconditional. In fact, do I have a... Just hold on a second. Is there a BR test? Because again, I just made a list of all of the things that I'd already implemented, but if I'm implementing this, is this sufficiently far down the sort of dependency chain that I could realistically implement it? See, it's got flipping globals in it. So no, I actually can't run this test, at least not all the way through. It's sort of tempting though, because I think maybe that global might be the only fly in that ointment. I didn't spot... It's using BR table, but that's fine. Oh no, look, it's using call indirect as well. Okay. So, you know, BR needs table, call indirect, global. So I'm not going to... If it hadn't done all of that, I would have added that test as well, because I'm about to implement BR, but sadly, that's not going to happen. So local get is now, instead of complaining about 0, because of the instruction unfolding wasn't working properly because it didn't recognize the opcode, but now it will be correctly unfolded, and now I'll get an error that says, well, it'll say I don't recognize the opcode. Yeah, parse normal instruction BR, no matching pattern error. That means it doesn't recognize the opcode. So I'm going to stick it in before, like I did up there, I'm going to stick it in before BRIF. And then in AST, I just have to, I don't mind putting that down here. That's not very consistent, is it? I'm just going to leave it like that. Oh, except this takes an argument, doesn't it? Just like BREF. We need to know what the index of the branch is. The target, essentially. Oh, is this inside a conditional? Oh, what's going on? I'm just looking at the wrong file. Okay, yes. So, again, if this pattern could have been stored somewhere and reused, that would have been super convenient, but because they're not first class values, I cannot do that as far as I know. Okay. Okay, so now the evaluator is complaining that it doesn't know how to evaluate BR. So we now do want to go in here. And I think I'm going to stick it. I'm just thinking if I can combine these two things. But it's flipping annoying because I can't even write this as a pattern. Because now, even though there's really no semantic reason why this shouldn't work, in practice, it won't let you write a pattern that's got a variable on both sides of the alternative like that. So I can't do that. Do I want these to share their implementation, or do I just want to... Because really, it's only this bit. And really, this tag handling should be done in some kind of helper. I think I'm just going to duplicate it, and that's going to motivate me to reduce this duplication rather than smushing these two things together. So actually, all of this stuff goes away because this is just an unconditional branch. So it's like, translate the tag into something we can throw, which means if it's a string, we have to symbolize it for object identity reasons. And if it's an integer, we don't need to do anything. So that's the bit that should go in a helper, ultimately unconditionally throwing the tag here. The integer is the important part. Okay, what's this? Uncaught throw 1. Okay. So this is what I was talking about. It's not going to be completely straightforward. Because it turns out I bet it's one of the BR tables. Who is Who's trying to branch to 1 as BR table value? Yeah, okay. Well, my guess was right. But I'm a little bit confused. Uncaught throw 1. Where's it getting that from? Um, am I confused about how BR table works? I thought that yeah, I'm not sure what I'm not sure what's going on. BR table 0, local set 0, I32 const 10, I32 const 1. Sorry, I need to look at the WebAssembly spec to help me to understand, because when we saw this before in Float Express, what? I don't understand. Didn't I implement BR tables specifically to get this test passing? Maybe not. Why was I implementing BR table? But what was that pursuant to? Oh, it was an if. Right. Yeah, okay, and I didn't actually get it all done. Of course, I'd already wiped that from my memory. So all the places that I'd seen it, it has these kind of static, these immediate arguments like this, BR table 0, 0. So I'm not sure what this means. BR table 0. Okay, let's see. So control instructions. BR table. Vector of label IDs, and then a label ID. So just like syntactically, these label IDs can only be a number or an identifier. So I think I'm right that that's the extent of the BR table instruction, and it looked like that was being determined correctly in this test. Oh, maybe not. I can't see that. I think in this earlier failure message made it look like where was it? Okay, all right, never mind. Um, I feel like my brain's not working. I don't understand what these two arguments here mean. Let's look at execution. Well, look in structure first. Control instructions. So BR table, yeah, you give it a vector of labels and then the default label, which in this case is 0. I mean, let's just have a look at the execution of this. Is this instruction? It says target index is 0, 1, default index 2. And that's coming from as BR table value. That's a little bit sus, isn't it? Maybe I've implemented this wrong. But hold on, let me just understand what this is supposed to mean. So this test is saying I mean, what does... I'm not sure I even know what assert return is asserting here. It's just, it's invoking this with no results. So maybe that's sort of asserting that the function executes successfully and doesn't return anything. So this is saying it passes in an argument of 0. This is gonna set, it's gonna override that with 0. And then push 1. So I think when this gets unfolded, it should just be i32 const 10, local set 0, i32 const 1, and then it calls br table, which is going to... Maybe this is the point. Maybe the point is this is supposed to be leaving us with an empty stack, I guess. And this makes sense. Like, it's not using these. Like, I think my AST parser is wrong. Sorry, is the short version, because I don't think that these are supposed to be... I mean, am I going completely... I am going completely mad because this is a different test. This is local set. Oh my goodness. Okay, all right, good. Okay, right. This makes a lot more sense now that I'm looking at the right test. That was an extremely silly mistake for me to make, but such are brains. So, okay, right. So now, yes, this is trying to... Right. Well, actually, so let's see if local.set is okay then. Oh, that's interesting. Let's just keep focusing on local set for a minute, because this doesn't seem to have the same problem. All of the branches are to zeros in this file as far as I can tell. So actually local set is a little bit more appetizing. Let me take that puts out. So this is complaining about when we do it as return value. So again, this is just trying... The instruction that we're testing is trying it in all sorts of different situations, and here it's trying it as a value that is going to be returned. And it's saying when you invoke this with 0, so it's calling this with an argument, and again it looks like the assertion is it doesn't return anything. So when this gets unfolded, it's going to be i32 const 7, local set 0, return. So what's going wrong here? Presumably it's going wrong inside return. 232. Yes. Oh, right. I've just hard coded. As you can see, I've got some to-dos here. I just hard coded that this has to just pop off one value, but that's not right. It should pop off the appropriate number of values for the current function's return type. And we don't know what that is because I'm not keeping track of it anywhere. Oh, bother. Well, I think that's the only thing stopping this test from passing, though. So maybe it's okay if I fix that. Okay, so let me think about what we need here. At the moment, I don't believe I have, get current function. I don't believe I have a notion of there's no notion of the current stack frame, of what function is currently executing. And I don't think we know the return type of the function either. So there's a few things to do here. Yeah, look here, when we get result, we just ignore it. None of these have result. So that one does. But all of these don't have result, which I think must mean that they don't return anything, right? It's not just that it's... My interpretation here is that annotation is not optional, that for validation to succeed, you have to annotate every function with its parameter types and its return type. And I think it must just be that the default is that if you don't specify it, then it doesn't return anything. Let's just have a look in modules, functions. So here, type use, result. This isn't very specific. Yeah, I mean, this is a vector of results. So I think even though this is sort of implicit, I think what's going on here is that if you just don't specify any, then you are implicitly providing an empty vector, I think. So let's just think about what this is going to look like. Maybe I can just do this. So maybe let's say that, I mean, what order do things come in? Type use, local, and so type use can be params and then result. And then I think locals come after that. Yeah. So parameters, results. So initially that can be empty. I could just have a counter because I only care about the number of these things at the moment, but I'm just gonna stick them in this array for the sake of it, basically. I'm sure I'll need them later. And that's just as good a way of counting them as incrementing a number, like it's essentially the same thing. Oh, I can just concat. In fact, this should really just be equal. I'm very confused about... I'm very confused about the syntax of all this. Where's the... I'm sure it's just an abbreviation. Like, where does it say that you can just say result I32, I32, I32? Oh, here. Oh, no, that's... No. Whatever. I'm just gonna... I'll concat it for now. Do I need to... No, I mean, up here, I was actually doing something with these. I was instantiating a parameter for each of them, but that's because I need to remember the name. I'm just going to leave that as an array of... like I said, all I want is the quantity of them. So all I need to do is make it so that function has... parameters, results, locals, body. So hopefully that... Let's try running a different test. Hopefully that hasn't broken. Yeah, okay, so that's all still working. But now, in order to be able to use that down here... Well, so what this would be is... instead of this being a result, this would be results. This would be stack.push splat results. So that's actually, I think, still the same. Yeah. Well, let's look at float expras. So that seems to still be working fine. Yeah, that's okay. That's what was supposed to happen. And then the only thing that I can't do yet is that this should be function dot results dot length. And that is not going to work because there is no function. So I guess I just have to put that in the state of the interpreter for now. Again, because I don't have any notion of activation frame, all I've got is like... Oh, goodness. Okay, look. Function. So this is going to be the currently executing function. And then when we... What are all the different ways that a function can get invoked? We have to do invoke function for that to happen. Oh, it's only ever done up here. Okay. And then... Well, I think for now I can get away with just saying self.function equals function, and that will remember. I was just pausing to think about when we want to do that, but I think it is here. I think all of the arguments are sort of not evaluating the function. The arguments get evaluated before the function is meaningfully invoked, right? So all of the argument evaluation should happen first, and then we're setting up here the parameters for the function, and then here I'm setting the current function. So that makes sense. And then we evaluate. The only problem is, like, what if this had already been, well, that's the song of the future, isn't it? Because right now you can't, I'm thinking about like what happens in a recursive function call, and at the moment there's no way for that to happen because functions can only be invoked from the top level. So because we haven't implemented call, I don't think there's any way. Oh, well, we have implemented it. It just doesn't do anything. So effectively, we haven't. Thing is, in AST parser, I've got a similar kind of situation, right? Where I've got this with input that sort of remembers, in this case, what we want is to evaluate a block with a particular S expression being the current one, and then we have to restore the previous state afterwards. So I wonder if I should, I wonder if while I'm at it, I should just do something like that here. Because I don't think I'm going to regret doing this properly. I think if all of this, instead of S expression, if it said function, like this essentially, this does the same thing. This calls the setter, and then it yields to the block. Why was that line wrapped? Oh, because previous S expression was so long. Okay. I've got loads of buffers open that I don't need here. Yeah, not interested in that anymore. Okay. So I think if I, instead of doing self.function equals function, if I say with current function, and then I do the evaluation, then although I don't think this is important at the moment, it does mean that, well, at the end, we will restore the current function to be nil, which, if nothing else, is going to give us some sort of belt and braces to make sure that that the current function doesn't accidentally leak out into another instruction for some reason. So I think that's probably a good thing, even though it's only ever going to be restoring nil. So where am I at with my local set? Ah! It works. Great. I mean, obviously more than about 2/3 of them are being skipped, but all of the assertions that I know how to implement are passing. That's great. Okay, so hold on a second. What did we do? Okay. So I think I'm going to just implement, when I implement new instructions, I think I'm just going to implement them end to end instead of meticulously implementing. Instead of like committing, like unfolding and then parsing and then evaluating, like it's all of a piece. So let's say that I mean, that must be the only change to the AST parser, right? Yes. So, and if we add it to the AST, and let's find the right place in here where we've implemented BR here. Okay. Yes, I ended up still using the opcode when I named it. So implement the BR instruction. So for this one, oh no, look, for this one I did unfold and parse and implement. Oh, that's made me change my mind. Maybe it is better to separate those out. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because I don't actually need the... Yeah. Yeah, no, it does make sense, because they are self-contained changes. So let's say unfold the BR table instruction. No, except it's not that. BR instruction. And then it's going to be parse the BR instruction. Yes. 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 Right. And then this is sort of interesting because I can say, see, I was, you know, this is why I separate them out, is because I want to say something about this. This is essentially duplicating the implementation of the BR if instruction. I'm leaving this duplication here for now in the hope that it motivates me to extract the tag business into some kind of helper. Okay. Yeah, I'm working in the wrong tab. Okay, so what is this? That's a couple of things. This is add result types to function object. We need to know how many values the function returns in order to correctly implement the return instruction. So we need to remember the return types during function definition. We could just increment a counter, but I assume these strings are going to be useful once we start thinking about, is it called validation? Yeah. But note that I don't care enough to have turned the strings into type objects or something. That's too speculative at the moment. Right. And then this, yes. So this is remember the current function when evaluating the body. This will allow instructions that care about the current function's properties, e.g. return, which needs to know how many values it should return, to inspect the currently executing function, to inspect that function. Okay, and then this is the last piece. Use, oh no, hold on. I've got more to say about this because I added this with current function. I copied with current function from AST parser with input. It does the same job of saving the attribute's old value and restoring it again afterwards. Right now, this will always be restoring nil since we don't support recursive function calls yet. Our implementation of call currently does nothing. But that's already useful because it'll prevent the current function from leaking out and potentially being picked up elsewhere. Obviously, it'll be more directly useful once we support recursive function calls. Don't say obviously. It'll be more directly useful once we support recursive function calls, because then we really will need to restore the previously executing function. Especially if that function ends in a return. Okay, that is enough. That's everything I know. Okay, and then this is use return the correct number of results in return. Now that functions remember how many results they have, and we keep track of what function is currently executing, we're able to check the number of results that the currently executing function has, which is exactly what return needs to know. Okay, and actually, I think that means that we have to, effectively we'll have a test failure here. I'm running this in the wrong tab, but effectively that pending test is going to fail now because the underlying test is passing. Let's just watch that happen. Nearly there. Yes, error, pending test passed. So I will need to also move local set to there. So that really needs to be... Okay, I mean, the problem is I've essentially got these tabs the wrong way around. I usually have them the other way around, so that's why I keep typing in the wrong place. That's silly. That's not what I wanted. Oh no, it is what I wanted. I was like, why am I amending an unrelated test? And the answer is because it does in fact make that test pass. Okay, sorry. I think I may be slightly too tired to be doing this, but as always, I'm pleased that I can still make progress despite my brain not working right. Okay, well, how about I try and get local get working? And then that, that's 2 more of these test files that I've chewed through, and that would be a good point to say that I've made progress on the tests, right? Okay, so local set is done. Local get, right. So let's go back to actually thinking about what is happening there. But I think that the BR table is actually working correctly. It's just that we don't, like I said, we don't take seriously the index. So let's look at the current implementation of BR table. So this figures out what the... Oh, in fact, BR table is implemented correctly. Like this does throw the right... It throws the right index. Okay, well, I've got this a little bit ass backwards then, because I'm using throw and catch to implement branches, which may or may not be a good idea, but it was the most obvious way to unwind the Ruby stack to the right point. But the problem is that you have to specify in advance. So when we enter this block, it's really the block command that's not right. When we enter a block, well, actually, what does the AST parser do? Okay, so yeah, okay. Okay, this is fine. When we go into a block, maybe it's not fine. Like at the moment, there's a real conspiracy of coincidences that are making branches work, because you can see the parser is... yeah, this is a right mess. When you've got a block or a loop or an if, there is an optional label, and you can see in this case that we actually don't specify a label. But for example, here, there is a label. So, fairly arbitrarily, it seems like sometimes a block is given a label, and then when we branch, we specify that label unnecessarily, because this could just be brif 0 in order to break out of the nearest enclosing block. But for whatever reason here, it's using an actual label. And again, I think all of this nonsense would go away if I had the identifier context, but I've said that so many times that I'm sick of hearing myself say it. But this is the downstream consequences of me not having done that work yet, so I've got to prioritize that. But for now, we can see that if you don't provide a label for the block, at the moment it defaults to 0, which means that whenever you have a branch, as long as that branch branches to 0, then it will be caught by the enclosing block and everything works fine. Unfortunately, well, this is the first piece of code we've encountered where actually this indirect branch, depending on the value of local get 0, which is the parameter passed in, it's going to break out of the enclosing block, or that block's parent, which is 1, or that block's parent, which is 2. And so what I'm working my way up to saying is that the way that we've done it is that if you're branching to a number, if you're branching to a label, then that's we catch that, so that's fine. If you're branching to a number, then we're just assuming that the enclosing block didn't have a label, and that therefore this default 0 is, if we catch that here, then when you branch to 0, we just catch it. But the problem is that what we need to do actually is, just trying to get my head around this, I think it's legitimate for, if this block is labeled L0, that doesn't mean that when you branch to it you have to use that. You could just say branch if 0. So actually, regardless of the actual issue here, which is that we need to effectively, if I throw a 2, that sort of needs to percolate up and be caught by the grandparent block, or great-grandparent, depending on how you look at it, somehow, even though this block doesn't know that it should be catching a 2, which suggests that what we need to do is catch that 2 here, and then decrement it, and then rethrow it until it's caught by its parent, and then that decrements it and rethrows it until it's caught by its parent, at which point it's a 0, so it actually stops there. But also we need to we don't even know what we're going to be catching. We don't know whether it's going to throw the label, or if this could throw 0, and I think that should refer to this enclosing block. And again, if there was an identifier context, I think that this would be resolved to 0. So in general, we can't catch the label. At the moment, what I'm doing is catching the label, and then you can put this like payload that comes along with the thing that you're throwing. And here I'm just I'm using that to check that the reason why this catch block terminated is because of a branch. But that's not good enough. We actually need to, everywhere that we have, so this is a more general problem, right? Everywhere that we've got a catch O, which is only these 2 places. Okay, well, thank goodness. This is not really right. It needs to be catch branch. Oh. Yeah, I'll just get rid of it. I don't know why what am I doing? Catch branch. Catch branch. And then everywhere we're throwing stuff, we need to be throwing branch. So where do we throw? So now I've taken the labels completely out of the equation, which I assume is going to break tests that are non-pending, I assume, are going to break because of that. I'm somewhat surprised that they're not. Maybe it's just because nowhere were we ever... Oh no, hold on, there we go. Oh no, hold on. Yeah, okay, that's where we are. Wow, okay. So really no one cares about the label anywhere at the moment. We're always, until now, every branch had always just been jumping to its enclosing block or loop. It's just a little bit confusing now that we're catching the symbol branch, and then this means something different. This result value is just there to indicate that this terminated. Actually, hold on a second. Maybe we don't need that. Because it's just occurred to me for the first time. That I could put the loop inside the catch and then I wouldn't need to do this. I wouldn't need to manually break. If instead of this, I did put the catch around the outside, don't care about the result, like, doesn't that also work? Oh, no, because the sense is inverted. Yeah, the branch means keep going. Yeah, oh, damn. For a moment, I got very excited there, but there is a reason why I implemented it this way, which is that when we throw inside the body, that means we want to carry on with the loop. And so we don't want evaluation to jump outside of the loop. We want it to stay inside the loop. Okay. Okay, well, it's confusing right now, but so what? Sorry, I'm just trying to think about how much information I need to provide when I throw. Because to make this work, like I said, we need to be able to throw these numeric values and then have them be decremented each time. So really the block... Okay, look, I'm just gonna commit this, even though this is like a work in progress commit. Throw a special value branch instead of the label. In branches. Well, let's say when branching, throw a special value. And I'll just make a note here. This doesn't break any of the existing tests, so apparently we're always branching to the nearest enclosing block loop in all of the currently passing tests, i.e. nobody cares about the label. So the thing that I can't quite get my head around is we still need this. We need this tag. Well, what was previously the tag? It's really the index. That needs to escape somehow. It's actually just a little bit frustrating to me that there's no... I'm just going to have a look at throw and catch. Yeah, the optional second parameter supplies a return value for the catch block, which otherwise defaults to nil. Oh. Hold on. I want to know, is there another way for me to tell? Right. Sorry, I'm not talking. I was just reading this and trying to figure out if there's another way to... Because it's really important to me with the loop to know whether the catch block has done anything. But it seems like the only way... You know, catch returns the value of the last expression evaluated. I mean, I suppose... I suppose I could invert the sense of this and say, yeah, okay, that's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. Okay, forget that. And in fact, forget this as well. What I'm going to do is just change my strategy here. And instead of looking for the... Because this is a pain. It's a pain that the return... You know, if I'm going to change this from catching the label to just catching some kind of magical value, then I've lost my ability to pass interesting information in the tag. And so therefore, the interesting information has to come in this sort of payload or whatever you call it, the return value that you provide when you throw. But the problem is I'm already using that for a different purpose, which is to tell whether the catch has happened or not. But I think I can invert that by saying, make this block return a special value, you know, did not throw. And then this becomes break if result is equal to did not throw. And then it doesn't matter what the payload of the catch is. It could be nil. Like now I'm doing some sort of local reasoning here that says that, well, if we never reach this expression, then I guess the throw happened. So I think that's what I was missing before, is like a way of detecting that wasn't dependent on the payload of the throw, because I actually want to be able to use that for something useful now. So Yes. Well, let's assume that's going to work. Use a result of catch block to detect whether throw has happened. Previously, we were using the value that got thrown by throw, but I'd like to use that for something more important, i.e. the index, which is either 0 or greater than 0. Fortunately, we can achieve the same effect here without caring about what value got thrown, just by checking for a special, just by inverting the sense of the check and looking for a special value that is returned if the throw doesn't happen. Okay, so that change is good. I can now, I'll cherry pick that previous change. But now I can change it so that rather than this slightly nonsensical situation of throwing branch and branch, now it's like I've just removed one of them. So I think that's a less baffling change. Yes. So what's this? When branching, throw a special value branch. So breaking an existing test. Yeah, okay. So all that whole commit message still stands. So let's say we need to do this to support branches that target anything other than their enclosing block. If the branch throws a 2, for example, we still need to catch it in each enclosing, in each ancestor block in turn, and decrement and rethrow it so that it eventually hits, so that a 0, well, it's okay. So I think that's all fine. Now I just need to think about how does it actually work. In both these cases, in both loop and block, well, annoyingly, well, this needs the same deal, right? We're going to need to know now so what are the different situations we could be in? Did not throw, do nothing. So that was like normal execution. And then I think we have to deal separately with, unfortunately, we have to deal separately with strings and integers. So in the AST parser, yeah, I'm not quite sure what the incremental change is here, but I think we need to stop doing this zero hack. We need to remember, I mean, really, it doesn't matter what this is. If a label wasn't provided, then we don't care. This should just be nil or something. We don't need to symbolize this. In fact, this whole block can change to just this. Yeah. Okay. So this is just going to optionally assign, if there's a label that's an ID, I don't think you can, it doesn't make sense to specify a numeric label. It has to be an ID. So if there's an ID, it does get stored into this label, which is not really the right name for it, but that's what I've decided to call it in the AST. Right. And then when something's been thrown here, what did I do in this string integer? Yeah. So this needs to change. This is not really tag anymore. This is more like, well, let's just leave it as index. And then that gets thrown. Let's just leave it as index, and that gets thrown. In fact, we don't need to, because we don't need to symbolize it, that actually gets a lot simpler. The only reason it was a symbol before was because we were using it as the tag, which is the first argument to throw, and that has to have object equality with the thing that you're trying to catch on the other end. But now that it's just the payload of the throw, we really don't care about that. I mean, this whole thing can just be like this now. Okay, so that's got that. We get rid of this. So this is actually starting to clean things up a bit. Are these integers, when we parse br table, do we run them through 2i? Yes, we do. Okay, great. So these are going to be either strings, which are IDs, or they're going to be integers. So we've already got what we expect. We've got what we want there. So we just need to be careful that we do the right thing in both of these cases. I mean, in both of these cases, so the throw has happened, the branch has, you know, if we're assuming that the throw happened inside, like directly inside the instructions here and not nested inside another block, but assuming that this was like a direct child of this block that threw, that contained a branch, then execution of the body of the block is terminated. There's no way around that. The only question is, are we done terminating execution, or do we need to unwind the stack another block or another structured instruction effectively? So the answer to that is, it depends on whether the result here is, if it's a string, it is the same as our label. So if result equals label, then like do nothing, which is obviously not what I'm going to write, but I think what we have to do is basically branch again. We have to rethrow this because we were not the intended recipient. You know, I think this is the... And then I think the integer version of it... this is result, not label. So it's like, yeah, if the result matches our label, then we have dealt with it. But otherwise, we have to rethrow it because we actually weren't able to deal with it, and our parent is going to have to deal with it. So this result here is going to propagate. We've caught the branch tag. We've got some value as a result. And now we're going to decide what to do with it. Either we've handled it or our parent needs to handle it. And this is almost the same, except this is comparing against 0. Well, unless result 0. And then this is going to be result -1 because we want to, if we're punting it up to our parent, we need to decrement the number so that they stand a chance of getting a 0. And if they don't, then their parent stands a chance of getting a 0. And because there are finitely many parents, then as long as, and I mean, verification is going to have to check that the magnitude of this number is not too large. But as long as the magnitude of the number is not too large, then we'll eventually find the correct enclosing block. So I think that's the right logic. And actually, I think this should be... Let's do this. So I think that's... I think that's right. I'm just trying to think it through, but that seems right to me. What happens if I try to run the unhandled exception? Oh, interesting. So hold on. If I get rid of all of that. Hold on, what's going on? Okay, well, something's not working right, is it? Because return should be doing its magic with this. Let's take a copy of that spec test core local get.wast. Let's call it this, asbr table value. So it's getting stuck on, I think this is the first call to asbr table value. In fact, that's the only call of that function. Okay, so all of this. So it's only really these two that we care about. So let's see, can I see this? Okay, unhandled exception. Okay, so let's just see. I just want to do my usual thing of like just tracing the execution. I mean, I changed quite a lot, and so I'm not surprised that it's not working. But it was also it's still broken in exactly the same way. So yeah, so I've backed out my. I've just stashed this change for the moment. And I want to understand what's going wrong, because what I was expecting to see was it just returning the wrong value, because this branch would always it would always just break out of its enclosing block, and then it would always just return 1. But that doesn't appear to be what it's doing. It's instead some assertion is failing about expecting the stack to be empty, so I'm not quite sure why that's happening. So let's see this puts instruction dot inspect. So let's see what instructions it's evaluating when we run this test. So evaluating const 1, that makes sense. We're evaluating the block, and then the block, and then the block, and then the local get 0, BR table, targets 0 and 1, default index 2, that's all correct. Integer number equals 1. Return to return. Oh, right. Well, this doesn't entirely explain the problem, but return isn't having a control flow effect here. And I'm pretty sure that down here it says branch to outermost block, i.e. function body. So when we do a return, it needs to terminate the execution of the function, I think. I mean, surely that's what it does. I didn't actually pay attention to the control flow part of it before, because I was too worried about the effect on the stack. But the return instruction is a shortcut for an unconditional branch to the outermost block, which implicitly is the body of the current function. Taking a branch unwinds the operand stack up to the height where the targeted structure controlling structure is entered. Yeah, okay. So let's look at execution, because that actually talks about it, I think. So return. Let f be the current frame, blah, blah, blah. Jump to the instruction after the original call that pushed the frame. So that's, you know, jump out of the function body. The most obvious way that I can think of dealing with that is to have a different kind of branch that breaks out of this. to do sort of like catch, return, do. And then if whenever there's a return here, if we throw return, then it will be caught not by any of the, it won't be caught by any of the blocks actually, it will be caught by like the function invocation. So instead of continuing to evaluate the function body, we're done evaluating it. So I think that's probably the right thing to do. Right. Okay. That's the error that I should have been getting in the first place, is that the function returns the wrong value, not some kind of assertion failure about the contents of the stack being, but there being stuff on the stack that shouldn't be there. So this is much more sensible. So this says branch out of, well, let's just say jump out of current function body make return jump out of the current function body. And let's just say by catching by using a new tag dedicated to this purpose and catching that tag inside invoke function, we can make return break out of all enclosing block loop instructions and immediately terminate the execution of the function body. Yeah, I think that seems right to me. So now, if I pop this change, which allows it to sort of percolate percolate that value, propagate that value upwards in the call stack until someone gets hit by a 0 or until someone gets a label they recognize. Let's run that test again. Oh, you total cretin. Great. Okay, well that victory is slightly undermined by the fact that I clobbered my test by mistake, but okay, so both of those are now working. Okay, so what remains is for me to unpick this set of changes because it was all a little bit chaotic. I think there's a series of changes here, right? One of them is all of these places where we're calculating the tag, we don't need to anymore because we're just going to use the index verbatim. So I think I can just get rid of those. I mean, at this stage, I can just say that's just remove unused tag because that value is now dead. So I can just say remove unused tag in it was these 3 instructions that throw. It was BR table. Yeah. BR, BRF, and BR table. maybe I should refer to these as their, just because that, I know this seems incredibly pedantic, but, well, which it is, but it's just nice to have a consistent thing that I can search for in either the contents of the commits or the commit messages. So that's why I'm bothering to do that. So we've hard coded the tag in each case to just be branch, so that it can always be caught by the enclosing block, whether it's reached its destination, and potentially rethrown if it was intended for a parent scope. I think I want to just move this because it really belongs with the previous change, right? That was just clean up from throwing a special value. So where are we at with this? So I think there's a change here that's always just include the index. AST parser as well. Okay, what's this change to the AST parser? Oh yeah, that change comes first. So this is where is that in the AST parser? Okay, yeah, so inside parse structured instruction, stop converting label from string in parse structured instruction. Now that we're no longer using this as the tag, we don't need it to be a symbol. And if it's absent, we can just let it be nil. Using 0 was a hack to make branches to numeric indexes work correctly, but that's no longer required since branches always throw the branch symbol, not the label. Okay, I think that's an adequate explanation of what that change means. And then this is provide index as return value when provide index as return value when branching. Oh, this is like as catch return value when branching. We'll be able to retrieve this and use it to decide whether we need to rethrow the tag, whether we can handle the branch directly. Yeah, we'll be able to retrieve this inside a loop. Inside the implementation of block or loop, and use it to decide whether we can handle the branch directly or rethrow it to the parent scope. Yep, okay. And now effectively I need to, although for the purposes of the test it's only block that we care about, we do also need to do this for loop. Is that true? How do loops participate in this business? Yeah, it must be the same. It must be the same. I'm not going to read the spec. I refuse to believe that it's not the same. And if it is the same, then I can just copy the code. Excuse me. Okay, I've just got to think about... Okay, so this result equals that business. I'm going to sort of replace it with basically this. Yeah, I think this is right. I think what we want to do is say, if it did not throw, then instead of do nothing, we want to break. So that's got to be the last iteration of the loop. Now, if what was thrown was intended for us, then we should allow the loop to continue, which is what this does. So if result equals label, i.e. our label, or if the result was 0, i.e. our number, then we're just going to fall through here and the loop's going to happen again. But if the throw was intended for an enclosing, for a different label, not us, or if it was intended for a non-zero number, i.e. not us, then we need to throw it to our parent. So I think as long as that doesn't break anything, I think I'm going to put that in, because that sort of correctly expresses what we want to do. You know, now these two cases are basically identical. It's just that one of them's got a loop around the outside of it and a break inside it. The only thing I'm worried about is like Ruby loop semantics. Oh, I think I was right to be worried about that. Damn. Okay, so I mean, the thing I'm worried about is whether you can actually break. Because we're inside a block here. So, yeah. Oh, well, something else weird has gone wrong there. Let me just check that that was caused by this. Yes. Okay. Oh wow, I've got loads of stashes. I need to clean that out. Okay, so what if this is just result equals that, and then we get rid of the fancy then business? Does that help? Yes, it does. Okay, well, being able to use then is not worth that hassle, is it? So yeah, I mean, how does break work? Oh, not like that. Control expressions. So break doesn't, yeah, I didn't think so. There's no, it will leave a block early, but there's no way to specify which block. This is always effectively, this is like a branch 0. You know, it's always just gonna break us out of the enclosing block. See, this is a dark corner of Ruby that I don't know very much about, like, because basically anything like, you know, it's essentially a go-to, isn't it? It's like a structured go-to. But yeah, it doesn't look like there's no way to specify, oh, I want to break out of not just the enclosing block, but the one around that. You have to organize your code so that you're only breaking out of one level of block. So that's what we have to do. We can't put this inside a then, because then we're breaking out of the then, we're not breaking out of the loop. So fair enough. In which case I'll allow both of them to look like that. So I think now, yeah, these are both passing. Why do I keep calling it put? It's getting set. Okay. So now the primary challenge I have is explaining this. So, well, let's just say rethrow branch tag in block and loop if this instruction is not the target. If the index, if the label, or if the label doesn't match, or if the index isn't 0, the branch was targeted at a parent scope rather than us. So we should rethrow it and allow our parent, our immediate parent, to handle it, and potentially rethrow again if necessary. By decrementing the index, we ensure that it will eventually hit 0 once it reaches its target scope. And I guess I'll need to edit test.sh and move local get to there, because I believe that all the tests are now passing. Okay, well, I'll let that run for a minute, but I'm actually sleepier than usual, so I don't feel like I have it in me to... I know I said that the plan for this stream was to introduce an identifier context, but I don't think I have the energy to do that. But I was just wondering what's the probability that some other test is going to be passing as a result of this? I mean, if it was going to be any, it would be return. No. Block. No, it's got call indirect in it. No. So all of these are sort of... The well is pretty comprehensively poisoned by call indirect and global. You know, I can't run any of these tests. I bet something like, yeah, load and store are going to be... Yeah, we've already checked load. Store is going to be the same. Oh, no, that was unduly pessimistic of me. Why is store working? I don't know. Sorry, get switch, not restore. So was this just BR? When did that... I just want to understand when this... It's not a problem, I'm just really curious. Oh, I'm going to have to run this manually because I'm inverting the sense of it and I don't know enough about shell to do this automatically. Okay. So that's bad. It's bad when the test passes. That's good. That's good. That's good. Return the correct number of results in return. So that was the thing that made local set start passing. Okay, let me just... So let's just check that. Git restore detach the parent of that commit. Oh, what is wrong with me? Like I said, I think I'm too sleepy for this now. Okay, that is failing. But now, if I go to that one, it's passing. Okay, well in that case, I would like to enable the test at that point, because that's useful information for the history. So yeah, I guess that's the thing. I mean, sort of by definition, that's the thing that was causing that test to not pass. I could investigate that to understand it better, but I'm prepared to just take it on faith that assert return as return value. Right. So this was, yes. Okay, that makes sense. It was trying to, return was trying to pop a result off the stack because it was hard-coded a single result, whereas now it can see that this function doesn't return anything. It doesn't try to pop anything off because the stack will be empty at this point. So that's the source of the problem. So let's make a new commit here that chucks store the order here is a little bit undesirable. Maybe I'll do this so that when get escapes, it's next to set. Do I want to do that? Or is it more that I want it to, that I want get to go in front of it? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'll do that. Add store.wast to parsing tests. This was only failing because of return's inability to cope with functions that have no results, but we've just fixed that in the previous commit. So now store.wast is passing. Yeah, and so now I've got to make a decision about what order these what do I want this to look like? Well, I definitely want store to still be there. Yeah, maybe that's fine. And then if and when I get around to load, I can move load next to store. So that's fine. So let's just let all of that run. I mean, that's not bad going. I've got 3 for the price of 2 there, because I got store. I got local get. I appear to have already deleted local set from that list. And although I haven't comprehensively investigated all of these, I mean, what was the problem? Now that I've fleshed out some of these ones, like, what was the problem with if? Call indirect. So I think maybe if, although I sort of turned my nose up at it because I thought it was special, I think maybe this has the same dependencies as everything else. Table, call indirect. There's bound to be a global in here somewhere, isn't there? Yeah. Anything else problematic? No, I think I can ignore the strange type stuff there. I can't see anything else difficult in here, so I think what I should do next time, plan for the next stream. Yeah, I do need to do that. Oh, Apple, why? I need that identifier context, but I also need implement table call indirect global to unblock loads more tests. I think all of those tests are basically like ready to pass. If we can implement one of those. Let's see, is there one that I can leave sort of pending? Let's have a look. Table. Yeah, so that's very... Oh, see, that's no... It's not helpful because this is only assert invalids. So actually this would like already pass. Well, would it? Depends whether I can parse it with my parser. Yeah. Maybe call indirect would be the next stop. But it appears to depend on table, unsurprisingly. I mean, I don't know if it's possible to decouple those two things, like... Yeah, again, this is the only assertions here are to do with syntax. Oh. Yeah, sorry. I was literally just looking at that. Again, losing my mind slightly. I think I was I was starting to think about global actually. But yeah, so this is the real meat of it, right? Global. So this has got global.set. Yes, we can't even parse that actually. Oh wow. It's actually the S expression parser is broken. So there's something. Oh, I know, it's because of the I don't support that kind of comment yet. That's the first appearance of that comment syntax in any of our tests. So I actually can't add this one to the pending test because, well, I could. This is as legitimate a failure as any. It's just horrendous. But I think maybe the natural place to start would be... I see, I haven't even made call work yet. So call indirect is maybe a bit... Yeah. Implement call as a prerequisite for call indirect. Implement nested comments in sExpression parser so that we can even parse global.wast. So yeah, thinking about the sort of what's the critical path here, what does the tree of dependencies look like? I think maybe yeah, I think this is like the next. Even this has got flipping globals in it. But then globals has got call indirect in it, so I don't think there's any way to bottom this out. We're just going to have to implement bits and pieces of them until they're all working, basically. Like I need to get some of these call tests passing so that it's vaguely convincing. Oh, and then I mean there's nothing to stop me implementing global. I just won't be able to run all of the global tests. But yeah, I think this is the. I'm going to start putting this at the top. I think that's a decent plan for next time. So what do I think the first thing is going to be? Probably be implementing call. Right. Oh, it's so tempting to start implementing this because I think I've basically got all the machinery to do it. I've already got all of the function names. I already know what the calling convention looks like. Oh, can I just... I'm not going to be able to get this test passing, this whole file passing, because there's global in here. Expected 306 got nil. Yeah, okay. Let's just look at it super briefly, because if this is easy. So call here, index is actually, in all these cases, it's actually just the name of the function. Again, it shouldn't be. We should have looked it up in an identifier context and turned it into an index, but we haven't. So let's just see when I run this test. Oh, what's at function? Oh, that's just a meaningless suggestion. Don't we keep track of all the functions? Oh, they're in a local. Well, it's time to time to promote that to a. I mean, really, this function should be called like current function or something. So what does functions do? Oh yeah. Yeah, this is right. Yeah, I remember we had to, for some of the tests, we had to reset the contents of the functions list because otherwise earlier ones win, and they were sort of shadowing ones that were being, the same name was being reused later on. So I think I've just moved it into an accessor successfully. Okay. A lot of meaningless parameters there. Again, I think because all I care about is the arity of the function, so they're really just placeholders. Okay, well, how about I say functions map name. I just want to see if there's a chance in hell of this working. So we're looking for iconst I32. Is that there? Const I32. No, actually it's not there. Why is that? I mean, do I even understand this? Like, this is just showing as nil, nil, nil. So am I just ignoring that name? $I32. So this is a situation where, again, I think there's a sort of an optional name. Like sometimes there's this export, but sometimes there's, I mean, clearly one of these is going to be an abbreviation for the other or whatever. But right now, syntactically, we have this situation where func can be followed by a name. So, but I think I can deal with that here. Somehow. Can I just say expressions in something like this? It's this thing into name expressions. So that's I'm not going to risk modifying the S expression, but what I am doing is stripping the name off the front and then now sticking the name into this hash, at least as the default name of the function, which could be clobbered if there's an export. I don't know what that would mean, but assuming that this is just an abbreviation for that other syntax, then I hope that would put us in a better situation. Yeah, there we go. Great. So let's say function equals functions dot detect okay, well it found it. And then how does invoke function work? I guess I'll raise there if it doesn't manage to find it. Well, I must be doing this already. Yeah, look, I've already written a line of code to do this, so I'll just copy it. This is... I'm not sure that's better, actually. I think it's actually easier to understand when it's... Because otherwise there's just too much function going on, and I think that's actually obscuring the meaning of that line. Okay, so we have to call invoke function, and we have to call it with arguments. But how do we know how many arguments? I guess we have to remember. I think it's in the function object though. Ooh, hold on. Oops. When we get to a call instruction, it's just going to have, having passed validation, it's just going to have the right number of arguments on the stack, right? So here, you know, when this is unfolded, there'll be a 64 on the stack. And then when we call this, it's making me a bit nervous with respect to my stack management when you return. Because when you return, it just totally trashes the stack. But, I mean, this is going to be a problem with call in general. But I'm just wondering if I can muddle through, at least get one function call working, just by well, either not providing the arguments to invoke function, like allow them to be on the stack. Because this just, sorry, I'm not being very clear. This just pops them off the stack. Like if, at the moment, this helper evaluates them and then pops them off the stack. I'm not going to be able to use that. If I hoist these, I think that's the only use of, yeah. Like if I do that, I think there are only two callers. Yeah. Well, ignoring the one I'm about to make. I think if I could make it so that when you invoke a function, the contract is that you already have the arguments on the stack, then I can use it in call because that is the situation that we're in. So I think this is... Oh, I don't want the... I just want to evaluate the arguments. I don't want to pop them off the stack, obviously. It's just the evaluation that I don't want. Now that doesn't really need to be a keyword. Okay, so this is turning out to be slightly more involved than I was expecting, but it's actually not too bad. Okay, hold on. So let's just leave call alone for now. It's not going to actually do anything. But when it does do something, this is what it's going to do. Well, I mean, well, no. I want to know whether that change I just made has broken anything. Oh, it has. Because but that's okay. Now we can... That's good. because we're just using the parameters for both now. Rather than, yeah, I mean, obviously the number of arguments does need to equal the number of parameters, but now we're kind of using the number of parameters as our guide to how many values to take off the stack, which is actually the right thing to do. Okay, so that's still broken in the same way. That's, you know, I'll leave it running there, but that's fairly convincing and that I haven't broken anything major. So just to avoid getting too divergent from reality, let's clean this up. So it's that change, and that change. Yes. So this is push argument values onto the stack before calling invoke function. This will allow us to reuse invoke function in our implementation of the call instruction. Which takes the arguments from the stack. Well, gets. Okay. Oh yeah, okay, so this was support optional function labels in define function. This is probably some kind of abbreviation for the other syntax, or vice versa. I haven't looked into it yet. Okay, so now, okay. So we're getting dangerously close to being able to see whether that call instruction actually works. Store the list of store the current function definitions in an attribute, so that instructions, e.g. call, can access them. Okay, and now we're ready to actually call the function. And again, I think nothing is broken at the moment, apart from my stream because of the CPU being used by all those tests. So let's just, I don't know, why am I doing this now? It's because I thought it would be really quick, but I never learn, do I? So this is like arrays. Invoke function. I mean, it seems simple when you write it like that. Yeah, nice. Unhandled exception. So what's unusual about FAC? Because it didn't seem to be a problem the first time. Oh, it's because it's recursive. if this is factorial, it's going to be defined recursively. And that's probably the first recursive call we've seen. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a problem for next time. I think now we need to start thinking about the stack management, because in order for recursive calls to work, at the moment, return just wipes out the entire operand stack all the way back to nothing. What we need to do is keep track of the operand stack within each activation record, within each frame, so that when return wipes out the operand stack, it only goes as far as the top of the frame that it's inside, not all the way back to 0. So that makes total sense. Okay. Well, that's encouraging, because that's broken in the way that I would expect it to break. Let's say implement the call instruction. And I'll just say this doesn't yet support recursion, but some of the more basic call.wast tests are now passing. So let's add it to pending tests. Add call.wast to pending tests. These work up until the point where they try to use recursion, which we don't support yet. For example, we need to make sure that return removes only the operands, only the contents of the operand stack for the current function, not all the callees too. Okay, one last run through of everything. So I don't actually know whether this recursion business matters. Like, what I really care about is unblocking all of those tests that depend on table, call, indirect, and global. And if it turns out that, I had to iron out a bunch of junk there to get basic function calling working, maybe that's enough. Maybe that gives us enough of call indirect. If we implement that, maybe that gives us enough for all of those tests to pass. Like, maybe recursion is actually tested to death in the call.wast file, but not actually tested to death in all of these other places that depend on call indirect. So if we get lucky, we won't have to worry about recursion yet. Let's say, basically this one is done. So instead I'll say make recursion work for call if we need it for the below. It may turn out that we don't. So I'll say I've already done that. The plan for the next stream is already underway, because it turned out that actually wasn't too hard. But then I need to make some decisions about getting all the rest of this stuff working. Get all those blocked tests passing. All right. That's my plan for the next stream. Okay, I'm gonna wrap there. It's a relatively short one tonight, but as the last hour has demonstrated, I'm actually a little bit too sleepy to be doing this. Let's have a look. Hopefully the tests will pass. Very nice. I'm happy this is running on Ruby 3.2.0 Preview 3. It's nice to have got rid of that cruft, or delegated that cruft to MRI, which now contains it instead of the code I'm maintaining. All right, this is looking good. There we go. Awesome. All right, that's great. I love it. Okay, well, that's it. That's very exciting for me that we're on Ruby 3.2. Got some more test passing, so that's decent progress. Started to dig into some more of the detail around return. Well, basically the calling convention is what we've started digging into, making it so that return works properly, making it so that call works properly. Oh, and also making it so that branch works properly. So I'm sort of well into the control flow now in a way that I wasn't anticipating, but it feels like we're smoothing out a lot of the lazy stuff from before, where I just sort of managed to stumble this far by not really looking at what the target of the branch was, for example. That is starting to resolve into something a bit more sensible now, so I'm feeling pretty good about that. Yeah, and I mean, next time, you know what the plan is. I'm going to carry on, try and get call and direct working, try and get table and global working, hopefully make a bunch more of those test files that have all been backed up behind those 3 instructions suddenly all start passing, unless anything is wrong. And then, yeah, carry on adding more features to the language. Maybe I can implement the identifier context in the AST parser so that I can shut up about it at last, and then that will allow me to delete a load of code from the evaluator, all those places where I'm having to deal with either there's a name or there's an index. That will just go away, so that'll be very nice. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, as always, thank you a huge amount for sticking with me and watching this and just having an interest in this ridiculous project. I'm going to keep doing it until I stop, but I am not doing that yet. So I will say bye. Yeah, thanks very much for watching. I'll see you next time. Bye bye.